I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Ask everyone to take their seats. The Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade will now come to order. The chair recognizes himself 5 minutes for the purpose of an opening statement. And once again, I would say to you good morning and welcome to our hearing on daily fantasy sports. At the outset, I would like to thank the ranking member of the full committee, Representative Pallone, for his letter last fall requesting the hearing. The panel of witnesses here today will discuss the issues facing daily fantasy sports, the industry, as well as consumer protection features that are available in the marketplace. There have been headlines, there have been advertisements, and over the last year we've all seen the introduction of these contests to fans. Some of these contests can be played for pennies, while others are for substantial amounts of money. Just as the proliferation of the internet and mobile devices have given consumers access to personalized entertainment on the go, like Netflix, Words with Friends, and Candy Crush, they've also supported the growth of the fantasy sports contests. Between 1994 and 2003, the number of fantasy sports players increased from around 2 million players to 15 million players. In 2015, almost 60 million people played fantasy sports. As fun and easy as the games are advertised to be, the issues involved are actually complicated, more complicated than they might first appear. This hearing is an opportunity for the stakeholders to discuss the many aspects of this complicated issue. Consumer protection is a critical component of this conversation, and indeed it is a critical component of the work that this subcommittee does day in and day out. Not only should consumers have a clear understanding of the rules and the risks for a particular contest, but the integrity of the game depends upon consumers getting what they are paying for. There has been a significant amount of state activity in this area in the last few months. I am interested in hearing from the witnesses how state regulatory responses have impacted their industry and their marketplace. From the states that have required the daily fantasy sports sites to meet online gambling requirements, to the states that have passed legislation explicitly legalizing fantasy games, it is critical to understand the role of the states and what impact their actions have on interstate commerce. Consistently during this term of the subcommittee, I have focused on the struggles that small businesses face in the regulatory environment. I believe that small businesses are vital to our economy, and understanding how they fit into this industry that is reportedly dominated by a few large actors is a critical piece of this puzzle. Once again, thank you to our witnesses for participating this morning, and I would yield back my time and recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Schakowsky. 5 minutes for an opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess, for holding today's hearing on daily fantasy sports. I want to welcome all of our witnesses today. Today's hearing really comes down to one question: what should be the future of this multi-billion-dollar gaming industry? Fantasy sports games, competing for cash against others by picking fantasy teams of real sports players, have taken off in recent years. And according to Fantasy Sports Trade Association, 56.8 million people in the United States and Canada participated in some form of fantasy sports in 2015. While this includes traditional fantasy that spans the entire football season or baseball season, a rapidly expanding share of spending goes to daily fantasy sports. Between 2012 and 2015, daily fantasy grew from less than 10% of all fantasy sports spending to now more than half. And there is big money in this industry. Daily fantasy companies generate $3.7 billion in entry fees alone. When we talk about the daily fantasy industry, we're mainly talking about two companies. DraftKings and FanDuel represent 95% of the daily fantasy market. I would note, however, that neither of those companies is testifying today. Neither are the sports leagues and teams that have partnered with these sites. Daily fantasy has gotten big fast. But how should we think of daily fantasy? Companies that operate these websites call daily fantasy a game of skill. I'll admit it takes some skill. You have to pick players to be part of your fantasy team. I doubt I would be very good at that. I know I wouldn't. But even if some skill is required, daily fantasy is at its core, at its core involves betting on sports. As Hall of Fame quarterback Joe Namath put it when asked by CNBC, do you have anything, do you have to, this is what Joe said, he said, do you have to pay anything to play? And do they win something? It's gambling, unquote. Several states have come to the same conclusion. Last year in my home state of Illinois, Attorney General Lisa Madigan declared daily fantasy to be illegal gambling under state law. The Illinois State Legislature is considering legislation to make daily fantasy a regulated and taxed form of gaming under the oversight of the Illinois Gaming Board. On the federal level, it almost seems like an accident that daily fantasy sites are allowed to exist in the first place. Sports betting is illegal in all but 4 grandfathered states under the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, and the unlawful internet, I'll say it again, and the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act generally prohibited online gambling. UGEA contained an exception for fantasy sports. But keep in mind that in 2006, when UGEA passed, fantasy sports was almost all season-long fantasy, not the daily fantasy sports that we're focusing on today. Even if daily fantasy companies claim to be legal under the letter of the law, that doesn't seem like the lawmakers' intent. Former Congressman Jim Leach, who introduced UGEA, said last year that he had no idea that the fantasy exception would, quote, morph in today's cauldron of daily betting, unquote. He continued, quote, it is sheer chutzpah for the fantasy sports company to cite the law as a legal basis for existing, unquote. As long as the federal law on daily fantasy seems ambiguous, the legality of daily fantasy will be determined largely at the state level. Daily fantasy companies have responsibility to comply with these state regulations, blocking use in states where daily fantasy has been determined to be illegal gambling. If these sites are going to operate, daily fantasy companies need to take robust steps to prevent use by minors or those struggling with gambling addiction. Ensuring they take these steps will require appropriate regulation. So what should be the future of daily fantasy? Should it be allowed? Several states have already decided the answer is no. And if betting through daily fantasy is going to take place, what regulations need to be in place to protect consumers? I'm disappointed that the companies most central to this discussion are not here today to answer these questions. That said, I welcome our witnesses and look forward to hearing your perspectives on this industry. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks. The gentlelady recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Upton of Michigan. 5 minutes for questions. 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today we're going to hear from stakeholders about the daily fantasy sports industry that indeed has attracted so much attention and excitement in the last couple of years. Most folks' exposure to fantasy sports consists of a group of friends and coworkers getting together for a season-long pool. The games are a fun way to bring communities together, even Republicans and Democrats for sure, around some of our very favorite national pastimes. But what we've seen in the last couple of years is the explosive growth of a new segment of the fantasy world, daily fantasy sports. About 60 million folks are playing fantasy sports, and a reported 14 million are playing daily fantasy sports, with sometimes millions of dollars at stake. So as we explore the current landscape of daily fantasy sports and the new innovations that they offer for fans, consumer protections have to be in place for players on the websites. It's clear that adult players deserve a fair game and clear rules. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses about what internal controls are in place to ensure game integrity on fantasy sports websites, particularly if different operators use different controls. I'm also interested to learn about the self-regulatory activities the industry has put in place and the technological tools available in the market to implement consumer protections, including age limits and geofencing. States all across the country are looking at these issues, which is going to help inform whether a federal role is warranted or not. So my state, Michigan, there's a bill pending in the legislature to expressly legalize daily fantasy sports. But we must keep in mind that a patchwork of differing and contradictory state laws has the potential to negatively impact consumers and harm further growth and innovation in the process. Thank you all for being here today. Look forward to your testimony. Yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey. Mr. Pallone, 5 minutes for opening statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Daily fantasy sports have become an integral part of the game for millions of fans around the country. What started as small, informal betting pools among friends over the course of a season is now a sophisticated online platform where millions of dollars are exchanged across state lines every day. Entry fees for daily fantasy sports range from a few cents to several $1,000s, and the major daily fantasy sports operators have posted revenues of more than $1 billion in recent years. Casual fans and diehards alike have embraced daily fantasy sports as a way to interact with the games and players they enjoy, and the leagues have taken notice. Within the past 2 years, Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NHL, and Major League Soccer have each purchased ownership stakes or invested in daily fantasy sports operators. Individual teams across professional sports have also formed lucrative partnerships with DFS operators, including nearly all NFL and MLB teams and about half of the NBA teams. These teams and their leagues know that daily fantasy sports participants watch more games than the average fan and will even watch a one-sided contest until the end if a player's performance could improve their stats and earn them money. For the leagues, this presents a massive ratings and advertising opportunity. And despite its growing popularity, however, daily fantasy sports are currently operating in a murky legal framework by an industry that is mostly unregulated. It is crucial that consumers know what they are purchasing when they sign up for daily fantasy sports and that they understand the risk of losing money in the process. For example, there are reports that 90% of payouts were won by just 1% of winners. With the allegations of insider trading at two major daily fantasy sports operators, the potential harm to consumers is real. And today, we'll explore not how to stop people from playing, but how to bring fairness and transparency to the industry. And I must also mention the hypocrisy of those arguing that daily fantasy sports is readily distinguishable from traditional sports betting. While quietly applying for and receiving gambling licenses in the United Kingdom, daily fantasy sports operators continue to argue to interested states in the United States that unlike sports betting, daily fantasy sports is not gambling. Their reliance on this arbitrary distinction of skill and chance is unconvincing, especially since both the Department of Justice and the NFL have asserted that sports betting also is a game of skill. And speaking of the professional sports leagues, they have reaped huge profits from their partnerships with daily fantasy sports operators. At the same time, most remain stubbornly opposed to sports betting on the grounds that their players could become involved in gambling and organized crime if it were legalized. Yet an estimated $400 billion is spent annually in the United States on sports betting, and 99% is illegal and functions almost exclusively through organized crime. In New Jersey, voters approved a 2-to-1 referendum in 2011 to allow sports betting at casinos and racetracks. In response, every major professional sports league joined together and sued the state to stop the plan's implementation and stifle the will of the voters. How can the professional sports leagues oppose sports betting at casinos and racetracks but support and prosper from the betting that is taking place every day in daily fantasy sports? To date, the leagues and others have not sufficiently explained the difference between fantasy sports, sports betting, and other forms of gambling, and I look forward to hearing from the witnesses on this topic. I just want to conclude by thanking Chairman Upton and Burgess for holding this hearing at my request. While I'm disappointed that some of the relevant actors in this place, like FanDuel and DraftKings, refused to participate today, I still believe that this hearing will be a good beginning to our efforts to level the playing field between daily fantasy sports, traditional sports betting, and gaming. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. This concludes member opening statements. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Chair also wants to acknowledge the presence of our colleague from Nevada, Ms. Titus, on the dais. She's not a member of the committee, but is monitoring our activities this morning to ensure that we behave ourselves. So we do want to thank our witnesses for being here this morning and taking their time to testify before the subcommittee. Today's witnesses will have the opportunity to summarize their opening statements, followed by a round of questions from members. Our witness panel for today's hearing includes Mr. Peter Schenke from RotoWire, Mr. John McManus, the Executive Vice President and General Counsel and Secretary at MGM Resorts International. Mr. Steve Brubaker, Executive Director at Small Business of Fantasy Sports Association. Dr. Ryan Rodenberg, Assistant Professor at Florida State University within their Department of Sports Management. Ms. Lindsay, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mark Locke, Chief Executive Officer at Genius Sports Group. Ms. Lindsay Slater, Operations Manager at GeoComply. Where'd we get to? Mr. Jordan Gannett, Senior Vice President of Strategic Business Development at Scientific Games. Mr. Kurt Eggert, Professor of Law at Chapman University's Fowler School of Law. We do appreciate all of you being here this morning, and we'll begin our panel with Mr. Schenke, and you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement. Thank you.
Chairman Burgess, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Sorry. Chairman Burgess. I'll try to work through it. Chairman Burgess, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Peter Schenke, and I am testifying as chairman of the Fantasy Sports Trade Association. The FSTA has over 300 members, including major media companies such as ESPN, CBS, Yahoo, NBC, and Fox Sports, content and data providers like USA Today, RotoGrinders, and Stats Inc., and contest and league management operators such as Real Time Fantasy Sports, My Fantasy League, FanDuel, and DraftKings. Fantasy sports have become a new national pastime, with over 50 million Americans participating in some form of fantasy sports last year. Americans enjoy fantasy sports as a hobby and as a form of entertainment that gives them an enhanced experience and a deeper appreciation for the sports they love. I'm also the founder and president of RotoWire.com, a leading information website for fans who enjoy playing fantasy sports. I founded the website almost 20 years ago, when fantasy sports were just beginning to be played on the internet. I'm a small business owner based in Madison, Wisconsin, and I chose a career in this industry because I'm passionate about playing fantasy sports and helping millions of others enjoy the hobby. First, I'd like to give a short introduction to fantasy sports. Although it may seem to some as if fantasy sports started last fall with the barrage of ads during football season, the truth is that fantasy sports have been played for over 35 years. While there have been some innovations like head-to-head contests, live scoring, and most recently the daily or weekly format, the basic concept has remained the same. The objective is for a player to select a team of real-world athletes and compete against opponents based on a scoring system that uses statistical measures of individual athletes' performances. Take fantasy football as an example. Players draft a team of 8 real-world football players from different teams to play positions like quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and so forth. The goal is to assemble a fantasy team that will earn the most points, not to pick the winner of any particular game. A running back, for example, earns 1 point for every 10 rushing yards and 6 points for a touchdown. This format is typical for both season-long fantasy contests as well as daily. Some may have the impression that the daily format is dramatically different than season-long fantasy sports, but it is virtually identical in the way it assigns points for players' performance. All of the same basic principles apply. An owner still assembles a team of real-world players from different teams for multiple positions, and those players earn points through the same scoring system as in the season-long leagues. The only difference is the duration of the contest. Rather than taking place over a 17-week football season before crowning a champion, for instance, these contests take place over a single day or weekend. In essence, every week is akin to the playoff rounds in a season-long league. Think speed chess versus regular chess. Many sports observers recognize that fantasy sports are having a transformative effect on how fans enjoy sports. Ultimately, this innovation can enhance fans' overall experience to the benefit of all. My second point today is that the states are actively regulating our industry. We support common sense state regulation to ensure transparency and fairness and to maintain consumer confidence. I want to emphasize that we are committed to consumer protection, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's vital to the health of our industry. States have traditionally taken the leading role in regulating these issues, and states have taken varying approaches in the context of fantasy sports. In the majority of states, paid fantasy sports operate under the existing legal framework without separate legislation or regulation, but bound by state laws on fair commercial practices. Some states, including Virginia, Indiana, and Tennessee, have enacted legislation to clarify the legality of paid fantasy sports contests and to ensure consumer protections. Other states are currently crafting legislation tailored to their own state's needs and interests. We stand ready to work with any state interested in developing a common-sense regulatory framework that would allow residents to play fantasy sports while ensuring appropriate consumer protections and without dampening innovation or denying consumer choice. Finally, at the federal level, Congress has empowered the FTC to protect American consumers from unfair or deceptive acts or practices. And we as an industry appreciate that our businesses must comply with these standards, just as all other internet businesses do. We stand ready to work with the FTC and with this subcommittee in moving forward to ensure the fairness and transparency of paid daily fantasy sports, as well as season-long fantasy sports, and to ensure that we maintain the trust and confidence of fans that choose to play fantasy sports. We also hope that in doing so, we preserve the ability of states to regulate this activity and that they do so without killing the innovative spirit and new and exciting choices for millions of fans who enjoy fantasy sports. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Mr. McManus. 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess, members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to testify today. I'm the Executive Vice President, General Counsel for MGM Resorts. We operate land-based casinos throughout the United States. I note that many of the members of the subcommittee are from the states where we either operate a casino or may be developing one, so I'll try to be on my best behavior today. I've submitted written testimony. I'm going to just summarize it as we have many more knowledgeable panelists on the subject today and like to allow additional time for your questions. Really and I don't speak for the land-based casino industry generally. There's different points of view with respect to daily fantasy sports. My company has its point of view, and I'll speak really on behalf of my company, but I think where there are differences, I can address that through questions if you'd like. Really, like most other people, I first became aware of daily fantasy sports through the barrage of television advertisements, and sort of the first impression I had is, what is this? And sort of feels like gambling to me, was my initial reaction. And over the last year and a half or so, I've tried to study it and learn more about it. We're a gambling company, a gaming company, and we are a bookmaker in Nevada, the one state that has really full-scale sports betting permitted under PASPA. So it's of great interest to us, and our first reaction was, well, maybe this is something we want to get involved with. We looked into it and concluded that as a regulated company, there was a lot of risk because there wasn't clarity on whether it was legal, exactly what it was, and frankly, we didn't know how to make money doing it as well. So through our study of the subject, we concluded that what we really need is to know whether or not it's legal, because whether we choose to engage in it directly, have marketing partnerships with the companies that do engage in it, or any other association, as a licensed gaming company, we need to associate ourselves with businesses that are legal and avoid falling into situations where we're associated with an illegal operation. So we really want clarity, and that's one point I think the industry is unified on, that having legal clarity on the subject of daily fantasy is critical. And gaming and gambling issues have historically, and I think appropriately, been regulated at a state level and legislated at a state level. There are many states represented on this subcommittee where there is no legal casino gaming, and there are others where it's an important industry and part of the economy in those states. We think that's where these decisions ought to lie, on gaming anyway, that ought to be an issue to be decided by the states to preserve the differences of the citizens of the states and let them decide what type of activity will be permissible. However, to the extent that daily fantasy is or is not gambling, it ought to be run fairly with appropriate consumer protections and appropriate level of regulation, whether it's gaming regulation or otherwise. So we fully support consumers being able to engage in this activity in a lawful and safe manner and with appropriate protections. And we hope, whether it's at a federal level or a state level, appropriate actions are taken to make sure that this is a safe playing field for those who enjoy it. We think it's a really interesting innovation. It's something that has activated fan bases for a variety of sports and increased engagement. I know that the leagues, with the exception of the NCAA, have embraced it. And it's something that we would like to see done in a safe and responsible manner. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Chair, thanks. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Brubaker, recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
Good morning, Chairman Burgess, Ranking Members Schakowsky and Pallone. My name is Steve Brubaker. I'm here representing the small businesses of fantasy sports. I think, like many of you, I didn't know there were small businesses of fantasy sports until about 6 weeks ago. I was contacted by a mutual friend that had some fantasy football, season-long fantasy football clients that were disappointed in some legislative activity that happened in Virginia and Indiana. I got in touch with these folks. We decided that we needed to educate legislators. Now we have an opportunity to educate members of Congress about the needs of small businesses in this industry and how they differ from the large companies. And we're concerned that, I think you mentioned, Chairman Burgess, this patchwork of laws across the country. We're concerned about this patchwork. It is hard work for a small group of companies to band together and try to work on legislation in 50 states at the same time. We're trying. We're making that effort. And we're going to continue on as long as we can do that. On the two states that we had problems with early on, Virginia and Indiana, the issues for the small companies are really financial and regulatory. So we have a $50,000 annual fee in both those states. None of the small companies make $50,000 in those states. So if you're not making $50,000 and the fee's $50,000, you're barred from entry into that state. So financially, we can't operate there. Mr. Schenke mentioned Tennessee. Tennessee has a 6% tax on net revenues. It's not a horrible large tax. It's higher than we want to see it in that state. But the undefined portion of that is the regulatory fees. We don't know what they're going to be. We have to go negotiate those. We're looking for clarity in laws. We'd like to have low fees everywhere we go, low taxes if there's going to be taxes. But it's a regulatory burden that is really troublesome. So what I mean by that is many of the state laws that we've seen on the books or introduced so far talk about annual audits by a third party within the state. If we had an annual audit for our companies, one audit for the company that would be reciprocally accepted across all 50 states, that would be certainly acceptable. That makes sense. You want to see our financials? Here's our audited financials. Here they go. All 50 states go out in the mail. But if we have to have financially our audits in every single state, 50 states times that $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 fee, that's a prohibitive thing for us on the regulatory side. On scale, we talk about DraftKings and FanDuel, huge companies. Some of these companies that are in the small businesses of Fantasy Sports Group may only have 4,000 or 5,000 players all across the country. So it's a different thing. It's like McDonald's compared to the local Java Hut you go to get your morning coffee, or Starbucks or something like that. But I think critically what we want to try to get across is we want to work with you. If you're interested in doing some more research on this, we will come here and talk to you at length about the needs of small businesses. Certainly we're going to keep plugging away in the states. We're working in Illinois really hard on that bill. Congresswoman Schakowsky is coming along. We'll see how it progresses. New York has a tough bill. They had a $500,000 fee, a registration fee in that state. That's, I don't even know if these guys could have, DraftKings could have afforded that fee, although I think they supported that bill. So there's a lot of work that we have to do to educate people about the number of businesses, the types of businesses. A lot of our members are season long. There's a drastic difference between season long and daily. And most of that difference comes down to the active management that you have to have when you're a season-long fantasy sports player. You have to readjust your lineup every week for 16 weeks of a football season. There's thousands of transactions where you go back and forth, improving your team so you can beat your buddy who's also in that same league with you. You don't have that in DFS. It's you pick your lineup, you select it, you might enter it in 1 or 100 different games for that day, and then you're done. Season long, you're constantly working on that team because, as I said, you want to beat your friends that are playing those games with you. I'm running out of time here. I want to thank you for the opportunity of being here today.
Chair, thanks, the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Dr. Rodenberg. 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
Good morning, Dr. Chairman Burgess and other honorable members of the Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade. My name is Ryan Rodenberg. I work as a professor. Good morning, Dr. Chairman Burgess and other honorable members of the Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade. My name is Ryan Rodenberg. I work as a professor at Florida State University. One of my primary research lines pertains to sports gaming. I am pleased to be invited to testify at today's hearing and appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel. My written statement and oral testimony reflect only my personal views and do not necessarily reflect the views of my employer or any of the media outlets for whom I have written articles. As I detail in my written statement, daily fantasy sports' current legal status lies at the intersection of 3 overlapping regulatory circles in a Venn diagram: federal gaming law, state gaming law, and general notions of consumer protection. Given the overlap, and recognizing that daily fantasy sports represents only a small portion of the American sports gaming market, I believe any substantive discussion of daily fantasy sports must take place in the context of a simultaneous examination of traditional sports wagering. In this brief oral testimony, I focus on the most important federal statute in this realm, the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act of 1992, or PASPA for short. Justice John Paul Stevens, writing for a unanimous U.S. Supreme Court in a 1999 decision, opined that, quote, PASPA includes a variety of exemptions, some with obscured congressional purposes, end quote. Similarly, the Department of Justice raised a number of concerns about PASPA in a September 1991 letter to then-Senator Joe Biden. The paradoxical nature of PASPA's grandfathering scheme among the states has serious implications for potential consumer protection-related regulation of daily fantasy sports, as well as traditional sports gambling. Over the course of nearly 5 years of litigation, 3 federal lawsuits against 2 different sitting state governors, and 3 Court of Appeals decisions with a 4th decision imminent, here is what we know about PASPA. First, for grandfathered states such as Nevada, Delaware, Montana, Oregon, and perhaps a few others, PASPA seemingly freezes in time, circa 1992, those states' abilities to enact sports gaming-related regulations. Second, for non-grandfathered states, PASPA seemingly provides such states with the option of either retaining their sports gambling prohibitions as is, or repealing their prohibitions entirely. To do otherwise would apparently render PASPA unconstitutional under the 10th Amendment. Whether any middle ground is permitted under PASPA remains the subject of still ongoing litigation filed by the NCAA, NBA, NFL, NHL, and Major League Baseball against the governor of New Jersey. Third, for all states, whether grandfathered under PASPA or not, the plain language of PASPA constrains the ability of governments to enact common sense, consumer protection legislation for both daily fantasy sports and traditional sports wagering. No federal court case has squarely decided whether daily fantasy sports constitute illegal gambling. Relatedly, a Department of Justice attorney testified before Congress in 2000 and said, quote, there is considerable debate we found in our research over whether or not fantasy sports leagues constitute gambling or whether they are simply a contest. For all these reasons, I think it would be difficult for Congress to address specific issues pertaining to daily fantasy sports absent a contemporaneous evaluation of traditional sports wagering. Thank you, Chairman Burgess and members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Mr. Locke, I recognize 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
Good morning and many thanks to the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today and share my experiences and views in relation to sports integrity. My name is Mark Locke. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Genius Sports. We are a UK-based technology company that, amongst other things, specialise in providing technology and education services to sport in order to help them both protect the integrity of their events and also to help them understand the markets and the environment within which they operate. As I see it, my role here today is to share my experience and knowledge of factors that can influence the integrity of sport. At no point during today's sessions will any views I have be those other than my own, and I'm certainly not speaking on behalf of or representing in any way the views of our partners or clients both here in the US or internationally. Genius Sports was established as a technology company in the year 2000, and we've been operating in the regulated international gaming, sport and lottery markets, providing various technical solutions that amongst other things enable us to collect data, model how events should be expected to proceed, and monitor betting markets on a live and automated basis. As a result of this work and technology, we are able to help sports to recognize anomalies that could indicate potential problems with the integrity of their events. As sports become more widely appreciated and internationalized, there has been an increasing need to have an education and technology services available to provide sports leagues and federations with the necessary breadth of knowledge and expertise in order to help them to manage, in a safe and responsible fashion, the growth of their events. We work across all sports, from technology to education, helping these sports to achieve those goals. I hope that my experience and knowledge will be helpful to the committee today, and once again, many thanks for giving me the honour of participating.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Ms. Slater. 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
And Perfect. Thank you, Chairman Burgess and members of the subcommittee for having me here today. My name is Lindsay Slater. I'm the operations manager of GeoComply, who's a geolocation technology provider. We've all heard of the Internet of Things, the term used to describe how the Internet's gone from a desktop computer at home or the office to the near ubiquitous network of connected devices today. From phones to in our cars to our TV, everything is connected. However, with the Internet of Things has also come the need for the Internet of Places. States' rights concerns, as well as the requirement for national sovereignty over what can and can't be accessed on a territorial basis, have given rise to the need to determine with a very high degree of certainty what jurisdiction an Internet-connected consumer is governed by. Historically, the notion that you could indeed draw geographic boundaries on the Internet would have been laughable. Such was the weakness of the original technologies and the availability of cheap and easy methods to fake your location. However, with the advent of regulated iGaming in the U.S. in 2013, 4 of the 5 U.S. states who are participating meaningfully in iGaming today have taken the initiative in deploying stringent geolocation and security protocols in order to geofence their services solely within their boundaries. By doing so, they act with the clear letter and spirit of the federal law of UGEA, which requires such rigorous geolocation tools as a prerequisite of operating within a particular jurisdiction. Given the more recent rise of daily fantasy sports, the need to define physical location on the Internet has only become more significant. No matter how nor in what manner such an industry may be regulated, there is now advanced geolocation technology available to powerfully filter consumer access in any shape or form that may be required. Be it to promote or restrict online access, technology is no longer an impediment to a chosen business or legislative model. It can be an indispensable tool and enabler. GeoComply's technology is currently in action throughout the U.S., processing up to 1 million transactions per day. Our technology ensures state rights are respected through adequate geofencing, and business operators are equipped with advanced tools needed to uphold relevant business and compliance requirements. For Internet gaming and lottery, we're currently working with licensed operators to uphold state regulations and the geographic borders of New Jersey, Nevada, Delaware, and Georgia. This also means not only enabling eligible traffic from these states, but also blocking traffic from states that outlaw Internet gaming, such as Utah, California, New York, and so on. For DFS, our geolocation solutions are designed to be highly adaptive to the constantly changing landscape of the DFS industry thus far. Given the volume and speed at which state DFS legislation is currently evolving, our systems are designed to turn on or off access at the drop of a hat for any particular state or region. I believe last week, for example, legislative changes were seen in about 3 states, whereas tomorrow there could be a whole host of others. By providing the means to respect sovereignty and the jurisdictional powers of a given physical territory, all via the internet, geolocation technology therefore provides a necessary twofold function. One, to uphold the preferences and rights of any given jurisdiction seeking to enable yet contain user access within their borders, and two, to respect the wishes of any jurisdictions that choose to not participate or license such activity, or that may ban it altogether. Neither can be achieved without adequately robust and adaptive geolocation tools. So if a state doesn't want it, they don't have to have it. Every use case has a technical solution. To perform a geolocation, GeoComply is able to gather pinpoint accurate location data from a number of data sources to determine the whereabouts of a user. Then we confirm the integrity of that data to ensure it's secure and hasn't been masked or tampered with by any host of tools such as proxies, VPNs, remote desktop software, jailbroken devices, mock location settings, anonymizers, the list goes on. By the time we approve or deny a transaction, the data may have gone through up to 350 checks that our compliance algorithm seeks to verify. These settings can be set and adjusted by regulators and operators depending on the market needs and requirements. Therefore, it should be well noted that the technology and safeguards which may be necessary if state or federal parties choose to become more involved in DFS in some shape or form are very capable and in fact quite robust to uphold such standards. GeoComply believes that all legislative and regulatory issues can easily be addressed with effective geofencing technology. If I can point your attention towards the map up on the screen, go back to the, So as you can see on the map here, these are live geolocation queries and instant analytics currently happening in real time in the US. In particular, this demonstrates the importance of pinpoint accurate location data given the significant population centers in America that lie near state and federal borders. And this technology is used to, or can be custom configured and adapted accordingly to any given use case, be it DFS or internet gaming or any other industry. And then just the quick video clip. This is a zoom in on the New York border, which is really a significant area for all the stakeholders speaking here today, be it gaming or DFS. This shows that not only can we accurately pinpoint someone's location, but also defend any given border, even from the banks of the Hudson River in such a highly densely populated area. That concludes my testimony. Thank you for having me.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes Mr. Gannett. 5 minutes for your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess, Ranking Member Schakowsky, Ranking Member Pallone, and members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jordan Gannett, and I am the Senior Vice President of Strategic Business Development for Scientific Games Corporation. Scientific Games is a leading innovator in the regulated global lottery, gaming, and interactive industries, offering a range of products, technologies, and services to more than 300 customers on 6 continents for the last 40 years. Scientific Games is also the service provider to the Delaware Lottery of its legal, regulated sports betting offering at over 100 retailers and 3 racetracks. I am honored to be with you today to share my observations from my 12-plus years in the international gaming industry. I would like to offer some insights regarding the means by which other countries have successfully implemented regulated sports wagering systems. My testimony will outline 2 case studies from Ontario, Canada, and the EU to help illustrate how these best practices, from geolocation and age verification to betting limits, real-time global monitoring of betting activity, and education, have enabled effective and transparent sports wagering in international jurisdictions. Additionally, in almost all cases, these regulatory systems have enabled both governmental lotteries and commercial gaming operators to offer innovative products through multiple, highly regulated, licensed distribution channels. In fact, 9 of the top 10 legal sports betting jurisdictions in the world offer sports wagering either exclusively through their lottery or a combination of lottery and commercial operators being land-based or internet. Let's begin with Canada. Legal sports wagering has been available in Canada since the early 1990s. Each of the 5 provincial lottery corporations in Canada offer a full line of sports betting, but in the form of parlay wagering, meaning that a wager placed must be on the outcome of more than one event, activity, or performance. To provide you with an example how legal, secure, regulated sports betting happens in Canada, I will use the province of Ontario as a case study. Ontario launched ProLine in 1994, and it is available at the nearly 10,000 licensed lottery retailers in the province. The first product launch was a simple 3-game parlay with a minimum and maximum betting limits set. Over the past 20-plus years, the product offerings have continued to evolve in sophistication to include 2-event parlays, proposition wagering, and cross-event wagering. The product has also evolved from a lottery-only channel to now include the casino channel. Recognizing the differences between the two, Ontario created a differentiated model for lottery retailers with betting maximums for players at $100 and casinos with betting maximum for players at $1,000. For its internet activity, Ontario is soon to offer its sports betting products online alongside its current casino and lottery products. British Columbia, for example, offers a full range of internet sports betting products. Both provinces use geolocation and age verification systems to ensure that players are of age and located specifically in BC or Ontario. I will now turn to Europe. The majority of jurisdictions in Europe offer sports wagering through their lottery or a combination of lottery and commercial operators. Each jurisdiction establishes its own betting rules, risk management teams, policies, odds-setting frameworks, or outsources it to professional organizations. In 2012, the World Lottery Association introduced the Global Lottery Monitoring System, GLMS. The system went live in partnership with Sportradar in June 2015. GLMS provides its members alerts on betting anomalies from around the world. Each member reacts to the alert independently, looking at the betting in their particular market, and determines what corrective action is necessary, including voiding bets and reporting to the appropriate authorities. There are 27 global members of GLMS from Europe, Canada, South America, Asia, and Africa. The program is planned to be expanded in the latter part of 2016. In addition to technological advancements, professional sports organizations themselves are beginning to introduce measures to ensure game integrity. As an example, in 2013, FIFA, FIFPro, and Interpol came together to announce a new initiative to combat match fixing in the form of a training program called Don't Fix It. The program focused on raising, quote, awareness of the dangers of match fixing among players, referees, officials, administrators, organizations, and public authorities, and to raise the ability of those involved in professional soccer to know how to recognize it, reject it, and report it. It is estimated that the illegal U.S. sports betting market could be as much as $400 billion. To put this number into perspective, the legal, regulated global lottery business is approximately $280 billion, and the U.S. casino industry is approximately $240 billion. The point to understand here is that sports betting is already an enormous market in the U.S. Implementation of regulations that ensure integrity, accountability, and consumer safeguards in sports wagering can turn the current multi-billion-dollar black market into a transparent, effective system that keeps professional sports and amateur sports safe for future generations. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Schakowsky, I again want to thank you and your members of this committee for inviting me to testify before you today at this very important hearing. I hope my presentation has provided helpful insights on some key elements of successful regulatory systems employed around the globe, and I look forward to the opportunity to answer your or your colleagues' questions. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Mr. Eggert, you're recognized 5 minutes for questions, for opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess and Ranking Members Schakowsky and Pallone. I appreciate the chance to talk about daily fantasy sports. I'm a law professor. This is my third time testifying in front of this subcommittee about internet gambling issues, and I must be doing something right or you wouldn't keep inviting me back. At least that's my hope. I should say up front, I don't oppose or support daily fantasy sports or gambling. My purpose is to argue that if it is legalized, it needs to be regulated so that there's proper consumer protection to maximize the experience of players and to protect them from being cheated or beaten unfairly, and also to make sure that problem gamers get the help they need so that gambling and daily fantasy sports don't destroy the players and their families. One issue that constantly comes up is it gambling or not? Is this a game of skill or a game of chance? And I'd like to say that for the people who are really good at it, it's not a game of skill, it's not a game of chance, it's a game of algorithms. The top players are, as far as I can tell, I've read a lot of interviews of the big winners, they're not longtime sports experts. They come up through, many of them I've seen come up through either poker or data management. And what they do is they construct these very sophisticated algorithms and import a huge amount of data, much more data than any human could hold in their brain at one time, and use these algorithms to spit out lineups. And then they can take these lineups and enter them into many times different competitions, both high stakes, mid stakes, low stakes. And so you can be just an average recreational gamer and suddenly be playing head to head with one of the top daily fantasy sports gamers in the world and perhaps not even recognize it. That would be as if you're out there playing tennis and suddenly Roger Federer is slamming balls at you and you're playing for money. The last 2 times I testified, I talked about internet poker. And the big issue there are bots. And the internet poker industry says it's wrong to use these algorithms to beat human players. And they claim that they can stop it. I'm not sure they can, but at least they're trying. In daily fantasy sports, as far as I can tell, they don't even try to stop algorithms. Instead, welcome the professionals who gamble a lot of money every day against people without these algorithms. So they have a huge advantage, not because they know more about sports, but because they have more data and have algorithms that can use that data to select the best portfolio of teams. I'd like to ask industry representatives to explain, why is this a good thing to have a few top players take all this money from the many recreational players who are just trying to have a good time? So let's look at what these algorithms can do. They can track, say in baseball, for a hitter, they can track whether the hitter is good against lefties or righties or against this particular pitcher. They can track what direction the wind is likely to blow on a given day. They can track when will the sun be in the batter's eyes. I listened to one person who just won a competition, and he said, we were tracking the strike zone of the umpire. How many average players can import that kind of knowledge and make use of it? But the professionals can. So what do you do to help the recreational player? I think you need strong consumer protection. You need to limit the amount of lineups that people can enter, because people who are entering a lot of lineups are either pros or people probably with a problem. You also need to label the high earners so that the average player knows, look, I'm going against somebody way out of my league and can either choose to play or not. You also need services for problem gamers. You need them to know that they can get help if they need it. You need to prevent insider playing. And you also need regulators to oversee the games to make sure that people get paid and that the right people get paid. So with that, I'm done. I appreciate you inviting me back, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you, and thanks to all of our witnesses for their testimony. And we'll move now into the question and answer portion of the hearing for member questions. I'll begin the questioning by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. And again, let me just say, fascinating amount of information you have provided for us this morning. Perhaps if I could, Ms. Rager, let me just ask you, before we leave your algorithm concept, and Ms. Slater, I want to include you in this question, because you heard Chairman Upton talk about how do you exclude someone who is underage from involving themselves in these daily fantasy sports. You know where they are, and you kind of know something about how they're playing. Is there a way to exclude the 18 and under year-old group from playing these sports? And we all know teenage boys live on sports, right? That's all they do.
I can speak to excluding individuals, not necessarily about verifying their age or identity. When GeoComply does the geolocation, the geolocation's anonymous, so we don't know who they are, where they live, whether they're a big-time player or anything. All we're concerned about is where they are. But if we, based on the data that we have, or the operator of the website decides that we need to exclude this player, cut them off for a certain period of time, GeoComply can help with that. We have tools that would cause you to always fail a geolocation and therefore never be able to enter a contest. You could do that by their account name. You could do it by any device that's ever been associated with their account. So if they play on 2 computers and a tablet, we can block them all. You could do it by an IP address, so their home internet connection or work or wherever they may have ever played. So there's lots of tools at our disposal to keep people out if you singled out an individual.
Yeah, but the cleverness of a 16-year-old really shouldn't be underestimated. Mr. Eggert, how do you recommend that this issue be addressed? Is there a way to do it with data, with algorithms?
Well, the new Massachusetts regulations require, if you want to play daily fantasy sports, you have to prove who you are, and you have to have only one account and one name. And I think that's necessary both to make sure that minors aren't playing the games, and also to give people tools if they want to self-exclude. You can have a process where they can self-exclude and they just can't come in with a different name. So I think it can be done, and I think it has to be done.
Yeah, but that's for someone who wants to play by the rules. But someone who wants to not play by the rules, I mean, how are you going to exclude them?
Well, if you have to prove who you are in order to play, there may be ways around that, but at least I think the states should try to make sure they know who's playing and that they're of age and that they haven't excluded themselves.
Well, Mr. Sankey, let me just ask you from the small business perspective here. I mean, how do you see addressing that problem? I mean, Chairman Upton addressed it. The underage person should not be allowed to play. How do you prevent that from happening?
Mike?
We can't really hear your.
Sorry, again,
That's
I'm
okay.
technologically challenged, even though I run a technology company. I apologize. We as an industry, the FSTA have always been against minors playing fantasy sports, paid fantasy sports contests for money. Our leading providers and our leading companies use something called Know Your Customer technology. When people sign up, they give a whole bunch of information on them, name, address. They run it through databases using leading third-party companies to figure out if the customer is who they say they are. And then, they also, you need a credit card. You need to sign up for a credit card information. And then the companies, the major providers of daily fantasy, they don't want minors to play. If they find out that a minor is playing, they will refund the person in question. And they will
Let me
also
just ask you: Are most of the transactions done on a credit card type transaction?
Yeah,
or using
primarily
bitcoins and digital currency to for these transactions?
Yeah, so it's all primarily credit card, PayPal, those kinds of transactions.
Mr. Brubaker, let me just ask you, and I don't know, maybe I should be asking others on the panel as well. I mean, I don't want to telegraph the limited amount of knowledge that I have about this issue, but I'm just having a hard time with the season-long sports and the daily fantasy sports. Clearly, those are different avenues. I guess what I don't understand is football, if I understand correctly, is you play a game once a week, any given Sunday, and yet daily fantasy sports, you're playing these same games all week long, but there's no actual game being played. So how is that constructed? How do you actually construct a daily fantasy sports transaction when the games are only played one day a week?
So on daily, you bet one game, or you have one contest that you play. All right. In season long, you draft your own team to play for an entire season. You are the GM of a football team, and you draft the players for your team, and you enter them for that weekend. And then the next weekend, if you have say Tom Brady gets injured, he's your guy you drafted. you have to set him and put a different quarterback in his spot. That's all the work you
You're
have to
obligated for the whole season at that point? You can't fire your team and walk away?
But I don't believe you can. But you can. There are waivers and there are trades you can do with other people within your league. If you need a quarterback, you can trade a running back for another team's quarterback, something like that. Those are the transactions that go on in season long that don't happen in daily. So daily, you pick your players. Now I am no expert in daily. I did get a FanDuel account a few weeks ago to learn how to play that. And I was playing baseball. So in that, you pick a pitcher, you pick a catcher, you pick a first baseman, so on and so forth, and you lock those people in on your team for that game only, and you pay your fee, and then at the end of that game, all the players that you pick, their stats are added up, and if you beat everybody else, you win. If you don't, you don't. Season long, you have to you do your draft at before the first game of the season is played, be it baseball or football. You don't know if you won or not until the end of the season after all 16 games have been played. So that's the difference.
Thank you for that. Ms. Schakowsky, you recognize 5 minutes for questions, please.
Thank you. Professor Eggert, you referred to the Massachusetts Attorney General just issued regulations. I'm wondering if there are any other states, or is this the furthest along model of regulation?
I think it's a good model. I know that Tennessee just issued some regulations. To be honest, I haven't gone through I think those are fairly well advanced. I think Massachusetts is a good model, but I think it can be improved on.
Okay. Well, let me talk to some of the one of the concerns that the regulations issued in Massachusetts attempt to address is fly-by-night daily fantasy sports companies that collect wages and fees from users and then fail to pay out. Are you seeing that at all as a problem?
Well, right now the industry is dominated by the two major companies, and they're far from fly-by-night. I haven't heard of instances in the U.S. where that's happened. Okay. I know it has happened with gaming organizations in the Cayman Islands, for example. And so that can well be an issue. I haven't seen it here.
Okay. So, Mr. Brubaker, you're talking basically about the 2% of the industry? Because if 98% are dominated by two companies, is your space the rest?
Well, there's been different statistics for what DraftKings and FanDuel mean to the rest of the industry. There are daily statistics only, which I think is 95% for DraftKings and FanDuel and 5% for the other daily providers. There's several other daily providers that do daily fantasy sports.
Okay.
And there's also all of the small companies that do season long, which would skew that percentage.
Right.
But we're small. I mean, they're small companies.
Small. Professor Eggert, are you seeing gambling addicts playing DFS, and do you know if this is a big issue?
I think there was a recent study that indicated that there's an overlap between people with problem gambling issues and daily fantasy sports play. Obviously, this is a very new industry, and the kind of study that would really nail this down takes a while to do, and I anticipate that we'll see more of that.
Thank you. You mentioned in your written testimony that Massachusetts regulations would forbid daily fantasy contests based on amateur sports, such as high school or college, and the NCAA has repeatedly professed its opposition to NCAA sports being part of it. And so why is this prohibition important?
I think it's important to protect amateurs, high school kids, college kids, from having somebody have a great interest in whether they score that touchdown or fall out of bounds right at the 1 yard line. When we've seen game fixing in college sports, it's really hard for a college kid who, isn't making a lot of money, will never go pro. It's very tempting to take a pile of money to do the wrong thing. And I think we need to protect high school and college athletes from that.
Does anybody on this panel disagree with that? Okay. Let me, in the time remaining, if you could talk a little bit more, you did already, about what you would add to a Massachusetts regulation, and what might then be the more complete model for states? And are you saying that the state is the best place to regulate?
I think the state is the best place to regulate because I think that there are local interests that are implicated. I think some states don't want to have gambling or daily fantasy sports, which are equivalent to gambling. And I think that they should have the right to do that if they don't want to have it. It shouldn't be forced on them.
So talk to me about what Massachusetts, for example, or any state should add in terms of consumer protection. That's my emphasis.
Well, what I would want to look at, and you know, these regulations have just gone into place, and it'd be good to see how they work. My concern is I would consider reducing even further their limits that they have on the number of entries. They allow a decent amount of entries, and what we've seen is that the professionals enter a lot. And it may be that they've overstated the number. I'd also want to look at, they have a form of labeling of, I think, what they call high expertise or highly experienced players. I think that should be based on your return of how much you make rather than have you entered a lot of games. Because somebody may have entered a lot of games and not be very good. And they shouldn't be labeled as, ooh, this is a scary person. The labeling
Could be a person with a problem, though, right?
It could be a person with a problem, but if you over-label as the top players and label many people who aren't, I think people will start ignoring the labels. So I'd want to tighten up who gets labeled as a highly experienced player.
Thank you. Yield back.
Chair thanks. Gentlelady generally yields back, and Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance, the Vice Chairman of the subcommittee. 5 minutes for questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Locke, as a sports monitoring service in many legal international sports wagering jurisdictions, can you walk us through how your technology works to protect the integrity of sport? Is usage of this technology required in most legal sports wagering jurisdictions?
Sure. I mean, the technology and the services we offer operate in two distinct areas. The first is around a technology play, which allows us to aggregate and monitor betting lines internationally. What we do is we model how we expect sports events to look on a mathematical basis, and then what we do is we overlay what is actually going on in international betting markets in a live environment with that. And the way that we work with sports in that respect is we provide factual data on any anomalies, any differences to what we would expect that could indicate issues that need to be looked at. Also, from a technology point of view, what we do is we work with the sports to identify correlated risk. So, for example, if you're seeing anomalies with particular players and umpires or officials all in the same game or all in the same series of games, we will highlight that as well for sports to look into and sports to police. The other side, which is important, and I think the emphasis, especially here, should be focused on, is around education. The way that we work with sports at the moment is to help the sports to understand the environment that they work in and any of the risks that they may be exposed to. A great example of that is, if a chap was down, if say, for example, a team physio is in a bar having a drink, he runs into somebody who they strike up a conversation, they just share the fact that there might be a particular injury of a particular player. The guy goes away, places some wages, comes back. He's able to put pressure on the physio of the team by saying, listen, here, you fed us some inside information, here's your share of the winnings, and he's effectively put him in a position where he feels like he's providing inside information. So part of our services is around educating the teams, the players, the risks, the umpires as to the risks that they suffer, that they may be exposed to, both in the in the markets that they operate in.
Is there anyone else on the panel who would like to comment on that? Mr. Brubaker, in your testimony, you discussed the challenges for small operators to comply with 50 state audits that have been required in recently passed state legislation. Can you give us a sense of how many of your members have players in all 50 states, and do you see a path forward for states accepting audits from one another to reduce the regulatory burden on smaller operators?
So on the states, there's only 45 states that fantasy sports can be played in right now. And so the 5 are going to escape me at this moment. But I would imagine that most companies have players from almost every state. Now, there's not a lot of players in some states. You may have, 400 or 500 in a state like New Jersey. You may have 20 in Delaware. But they are spread out all over the country. And the second part of your question was, sir, I'm sorry.
Do you see a path forward for states accepting audits from another state to reduce the regulatory burden on smaller operators?
The path forward is for us to get to a lot of states and talk to legislators and try to get that changed. Some state bills that we've seen are just say there has to be an annual audit. It's not quite as specific as some other states that say that it has to be from a auditor within the state. And so there's a lot of work to do, and it's, when you're a small organization with a small number of companies, that's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time. We will push for those regulatory issues to be uniform across all the platforms, but we're playing catch-up in a lot of these states right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back 50 seconds.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the other gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, the ranking member of the full committee. 5 minutes for your questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I obviously believe there's a lot of hypocrisy surrounding the support of daily fantasy sports compared to traditional sports betting. And the daily fantasy sports industry has been arguing that daily fantasy sports is somehow completely separate from sports betting, despite the fact that similarities can't be denied. And the same is true of the professional sports leagues. At the same time that they're embracing daily fantasy sports, they're banding together to prevent New Jersey from allowing sports betting, claiming they're trying to protect the integrity of professional sports. It's going to get involved in organized crime and all illegal stuff. So sports betting, as has been mentioned, is legal in some states and in many other countries, including Canada. And the sports world is not falling apart. My questions are mostly for you, Mr. Gennett. You said in your testimony that Canada has had legal betting since the early 90s. Is sports betting in Canada limited to betting on Canadian sports, or do Canadians legally bet on American sports as well?
Thank you. In Canada, you can bet on any sport in any country, and even in certain jurisdictions, as the sports have continued to gain sophistication, the offerings have begun to gain sophistication as well.
Well, so Mike, I'm just going to interrupt because I got to get through this. Have you heard of any major game-fixing scandals linked to sports betting in American sports since sports betting was legalized in Canada?
Not to my knowledge.
So there haven't been any major scandals. We also know that illegal sports betting market in the U.S., you mentioned, is estimated to be as high as $400 billion. So the integrity of the game argument just doesn't make sense to me. In fact, legalizing sports betting would simply allow for the same kinds of consumer protections that we're discussing today for daily fantasy sports. So my question is, would you like to comment on how bringing the current black market, organized crime, mob, whatever, doing all this sports betting, if you bring it out into the sunshine and make it legal, how could you ensure integrity?
Well, regulation just in general brings an environment of accountability, integrity, and consumer trust. Prohibiting does not do that. It drives an acceptable activity, traditionally drives it underground, where you have no integrity in the game, and therefore the people involved are not accountable to anybody, and the consumer's interests are not maintained. So I think that when you take a look at examples of how it has been done in other jurisdictions, even in Nevada, sports betting has been done legally and responsibly in other jurisdictions. And, as you said, the world has not come crashing down around it.
Kind of like prohibition of alcohol, I would think. If sports betting were not legalized, do you see a way to stop the practice from occurring illegally?
I don't see how you can prevent something that is an industry of this size and this magnitude that exists today.
All right. Now, let me go to the Fantasy Sports Trade Association, Mr. Schenk, if I can. I know you said that you can comprehensively answer any questions about the industry because even though FanDuel and DraftKings are not here, that I'm going to ask you the questions that they would normally be here to answer. Last year, DraftKings applied and received a gambling license in the United Kingdom. FanDuel also applied for a gambling license, I stress gambling license, in the UK, but hasn't yet received it, to my knowledge. Yet in the U.S., both companies maintain that daily fantasy sports is not gambling. So what is DraftKings' rationale for getting a gambling license in the UK if they say that daily fantasy sports is not gambling? And what about FanDuel's? How do they justify this when they ask for the gambling license in the UK?
The laws of the United States are very different than the laws of the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, any game that has any skill is also under gambling. In America, in most states, if a game has more skill than luck, it's not considered gambling. That's why fantasy sports for over 20 years as an enterprise has never been considered gambling. We didn't have didn't meet before Congress or at the state levels, but that's been called into question in the last.
But I mean, they're doing the same thing, right, in both places.
Well, I think that the laws are different. It's a different country here.
Well, it sounds like in one
if you
place
have more skill than luck, it's considered.
I mean, they're not really doing anything differently. You're not telling me that, right?
Well, it's the same game, definitely.
Okay,
But the
that's
laws
all
in the
I'm
countries are
asking.
different.
It sounds like the difference is that in one country they have a lot of smart lawyers or lobbyists that are, defining things in one way, and in the other they're not. But the game is the same, correct? The game is the same.
It's still a game that has far more skill than luck.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Mullen, 5 minutes for your questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the panel for being here. A lot of interest in this, more so than members, I think, that are interested in it. But Chairman, appreciate you having the hearing outside. There's a lot of people wanting to get in, and I think there's a lot of unknown facts that people are trying to get the information, and that's the whole point of this panel is just, okay, what exactly is the way that we're heading? What is the future? And how is this going to be benefit or negative? And so I'm going to focus just a little bit on this, and this is kind of a generic question for the panel itself. Is anybody aware of certain pushbacks, lawsuits, concerns through the states or through different organizations that have came after online betting? Anybody want to take that? Not all at once.
I'm happy to speak to that. So I think it can come from two distinct areas. Certainly there have been a large number, perhaps dozens, of private lawsuits that have been consolidated as part of a class action in the...
What are those lawsuits concerning?
Number of different claims based on allegations of fraud, based on allegations of illegal gambling. They're in very preliminary stages. The vast majority of those lawsuits have been consolidated in a federal district court in Massachusetts.
Let me stay there for just a second. On the fraud, what specifically are we talking about with fraud?
Allegations have been made of false advertising, misuse of inside information as part of these private lawsuits. A number of the claims were similar enough that they were consolidated. They're at such a preliminary stage. Nothing's been resolved in the course of them, though.
Is that due to a specific group? Is that due to the ability to be able to fraud people online because it's faceless and nameless and unregulated?
Perhaps that's a component of it. I mean, perhaps indirectly to answer your question, the majority of the defendants are the daily fantasy companies themselves, as well as a few of the lawsuits have named investors and affiliated companies, including payment processors, including some high-level successful daily fantasy players. So perhaps some of that can be inferred in terms of who the defendants are.
What are the qualifications for a fantasy sports group to go online? Is there a regulating body that oversees it that says before you're able to do this, you've got to comply with certain agreements? We're going to come in, we're going to look over your shoulder. Does that exist, or is it just put up a website and let's go bet?
In a small minority of states, all within the last couple of weeks, literally within the last couple of weeks, Virginia, Indiana, Tennessee, there's regulations in Massachusetts now. Those have recently been enacted and signed by state governors. but most of them have effective dates sometime this summer. So it's literally in its infancy. Outside of formal state-run regulation, certainly a vast majority of fantasy companies are members of the Fantasy Sports Trade Association, whether Mr. Shanky's organization or others, but that's certainly more of a private, self-regulatory model than a formal governmental one.
Mr. Locke, what did your company have to do?
What do we have to do within fantasy?
Yeah, to be able to do business inside the United States and be, to keep down the complaints, make sure it's fair, make sure that it's on the up and up, so to say. Was there certain qualifications you had to comply with, or just use your best business model?
So we're not a fantasy operator. We work in sports integrity. So we provide services to sports that enable them to protect their events. In terms of working in the US, we've not had to comply with any regulations.
So you work with the fantasy betting organizations?
We don't work with any fantasy betting organizations in the US. Our prime business in the US is working with sports to help protect the integrity of their events.
Okay. What are the biggest pushbacks, the biggest complaints that we're seeing? Is it coming from the state or coming from organizations? Is it coming from the sport community itself?
Sure. And it's related to my previous response. The biggest pushback has come at the state level. So as of 2 weeks ago, by my count, there are roughly a dozen state attorney generals.
Okay.
From New York to Illinois to Texas, from Hawaii to Idaho to Georgia to Tennessee, that have looked at daily fantasy under the auspices of their state law, and they've concluded that it constitutes illegal sports gambling in their state. They've issued, whether it's a cease and desist letter or a negotiated settlement with daily fantasy companies. In the last 6 months, fantasy companies have removed themselves from those excluded states. I mean, certainly the list of excluded states has risen dramatically from the original 5 states, Washington, Louisiana, Arizona, Montana, and Iowa, to now, of course, that it's about slightly over 15. So certainly the number of excluded states has increased in the last 6 months, but that's the other in terms of pushback. It's come from the state level so far.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My time's run out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York. 5 minutes for your questions, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McManus, brick and mortar casinos are subject to strict regulation that mandate consumer protections such as age verification, support for problem gamblers. Casinos can lose their license to operate legally if they don't comply with these safeguards. Of course, consumer protections must be implemented carefully and effectively to be successful. Some of the consumer protections that have been suggested for daily fantasy are similar to those that have already successfully been put in place by casino operators. I'd like to hear from you about how MGM complies with gambling regulations and protects consumers. For instance, are age restrictions on gambling apply in every state in which gambling is permitted? Can you discuss how you ensure that your customers are old enough to gamble legally?
Yes, thank you for the question. We only operate land-based casinos. We don't have an online presence at this time, so it's a different approach to age verification.
Absolutely.
But we do it the old-fashioned way, as you would for serving alcohol. You ask for identification, you verify identification. There's extensive training for our gaming staff, security staff, and for, frankly, anyone to question whether somebody is of age. Some states have regulations that require you to present identification as you enter a casino. Others, it's just a responsibility of the operator to assure that only people of age are gambling within our facilities in our jurisdictions, and I don't know if there's differences elsewhere. The minimum age is 21 everywhere.
So let me ask, Nevada regulations prohibit some gambling by certain employees of the holder of the gambling license. What policies do you have in place to ensure that MGM employees are complying with that regulation?
Yeah, different jurisdictions have different rules. Some exclude all employees. In Nevada, if you're a key employee, you're excluded. I'm, for instance, excluded from gambling at our facilities. I could play at a competitor's facility, and that's really to avoid even the appearance of impropriety that a gambling game is somehow fixed.
And what about casino policies for handling gamers' money? For example, betting pools are kept separate from funds used for casino operations, right?
Yeah, we have in Nevada, we have requirements to maintain sufficient cash in our cage to make sure that we can pay winners, things of that sort. Again, in the online environment, it's a little different because you have an account. Typically, most of our customers are paying for chips with cash.
Right. We're just trying to get the distinction crystal clear.
Yeah.
You also have policies in place to help people addicted to gambling. How do your casino employees identify problem gamblers? And how are they trained to respond if they learn that a customer may be struggling with a problem gaming, excuse me?
Sure, and I'm by no means the authority on problem gaming. There's extensive training, though, for our employees. And I would say the biggest thing that is uniformly accepted in the land-based casino industry is making information and help available. There are 800 numbers. There are all methods for self-exclusion or self-limiting in some cases where somebody who's identified themselves with a problem is able to say, please don't let me game here. And we enforce that, and frankly, our regulators enforce that, where we would be fined if we were marketing to somebody who self-excluded themselves. How somebody is specifically identified at a gaming table, for instance, I'm really not the expert on that.
No problem. Are there any other consumer protections that your casinos have in place?
We have many consumer protections. Gaming regulation is exhaustive. It is thorough. The most basic consumer protection is making sure that the casinos are run by honest and reputable people, and their backgrounds are scrutinized, and so you know who you're dealing with. And then it's every aspect of our industry is regulated that you have to do it with integrity, from advertising to how you conduct the game.
Very well. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks the gentlelady. Recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky. Mr. Guthrie, 5 minutes for your questions, please.
Thank you. This has been interesting. I appreciate it. Mr. Eggert, Professor Eggert, in your testimony, you discussed the prevalence of scripting tools on daily fantasy sports websites. My understanding is that a script allows one player to enter or change multiple lineups in many contests faster than a human could. Is that correct? And what about a DFS site could make it more optimal for scripting tools in a season-long fantasy sports?
Yes, that is correct. If you have an algorithm that generates, hundreds and hundreds of lineups, professionals use scripting tools in order to easily input those into the DFS site. And as far as how it's different from season long, I haven't looked into scripting tools in season long. My understanding is that people have the purpose of season long is to do trades and things like that, where people are much more engaged in the game, and so the strategy is how to work with other players. And so I suspect that scripting tools aren't used that much because people are much more hands-on with their individual lineups. But again, I haven't looked at the season long as much.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Schoenke and Mr. Brubaker. Schoenke, is that
Schoenke.
Schoenke.
Yeah.
How do your member companies view scripts on their services?
So, scripts it's a new term. This is a new technology. Largely what it was that the companies didn't have the functionality in their own game, and so some players figured out how to, to do something on their own. So they developed something to swap out players, at the last second if there was an injury. But since then, the industry has shifted in terms of scripts. The companies have built a lot more functionality into their games so they can do it. They have also, the leading companies, FanDuel, DraftKings, Yahoo, have banned third-party scripts. And we've also seen this addressed at the state level, where the state regulations we talked about in Massachusetts, and also the state laws that are passing in Indiana and Tennessee and Virginia. They also ban third-party scripts as well. So I think that's going to minimize any kind of unfair advantage that people would have by using those.
Yeah, Mr. Brubaker answered too, but and if you'll answer this as if Mr. Brubaker as well. Are your providers? I know the service providers you just said, but fantasy games, are they able to detect when somebody's using a script on their site? And then answer the, I mean.
Yeah, I
you
can answer that. I mean, there's technology they're using. They're using the best practices. It's definitely the goal. I mean, these regulations and laws make it an incentive to do it. They also, if a customer is caught using a script, there's a disincentive for them to use it. Their account will be suspended, could be revoked completely. So there's a disincentive for them to try to make an end around as well.
Okay, Mr. Brubaker?
For season-long fantasy sports, you do a draft before every season starts. So there would be 12 teams in a league, and each general manager of that team would hold a draft, and they would go through all 12 people, and they'd start over. You've seen drafts on TV before. Same thing. There's no scripting in season-long. Scripting is something unique to daily fantasy sports, and it does allow people to enter multiple contests. And I think Peter did a pretty good job of explaining how they do it in the DFS side.
Okay, in a previous question, you said that there were 2 major players in the daily fantasy sports, and you represent the small players.
So there's 2 major players in
And
all
what's
of
the difference?
fantasy sport.
Well, what's the difference in what's the key characteristic of a small player? I guess?
So small companies. So there are probably 80 providers that are not DraftKings and FanDuel. And they range, as Peter mentioned, Yahoo is one of the larger ones, but many of these are very small companies that have 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 players total in their company, where DraftKings and FanDuel have millions of players. So the scale is completely different between what the 2 big companies do and the traditional smaller companies, season-long companies that have been around for many, many years.
I'm about out of time, and there's a question previously asked, and Mr. Eggert answered it, but Mr. Brubaker, if you would. Some have made the argument that setting a license or registration fee, I'm going to read quick because I'm running out of time, the barrier to entry into the marketplace to keep fly-by-night operators from running off with players' money. Are fly-by-night operators a concern in the daily fantasy marketplace?
Maybe Peter should answer the daily question. Is that all right?
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
In the state laws that we've been advocating for, at least for the FSCA and work with legislators, one of the key components for consumer protection is that the consumer funds be protected so that the prizes will be there at the end. There will be segregation of funds. And that's one thing we're strongly advocating for at the state legislatures.
Well, thank you. I'm out of time, and I yield back. Appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Brooks. 5 minutes for your questions, please.
In this 114th Congress, we have been exploring what we call the Disruptor Series, which changes the landscape of the economy. And we've explored things like Uber and Bitcoin, and now this, and with this packed audience today, it's interesting because I think this too is something that is really kind of disrupting the way we think about the world of gaming and gambling. And I think it's important for us to kind of explore the largest disruptor in the gambling community, the daily fantasy sports. But there are a lot of different questions that we have to grapple with as to whether or not we don't want to limit innovation, but we want to protect consumers, and where do we find that balance? And obviously, Indiana has just taken the lead in becoming the second state in the nation, as I understand, to adopt what we thought was thoughtfully developed legislation, creates the regulatory framework that ensures games are fair, participants are over 18 years of age, and that sites allow players to restrict their own play. And while some of the regulatory measures maybe are stern, 150,000 Hoosiers are participating in daily fantasy sports, and they need to have confidence in the integrity of the products. And so I hope that we can continue to explore how to expand the safeguards that Hoosiers now enjoy and ensure that we can embrace this new trend in sports entertainment. A couple of questions that I have. My question is, if we don't allow this type of well, I learned yesterday that the total illegal sports betting market in the United States grew to $148.8 billion in 2015, the illegal sports betting. And so I guess to Dr. Rodenberg and maybe others, if states don't allow this within their state, won't this simply drive more competition overseas to places, where are the places that that we would be competing with? And can you just talk about that, and can the industry talk about that if we don't figure this out?
Sure. Antigua, Curacao, and Costa Rica were the most likely overseas jurisdictions that have sports book operations that some may and some may not offer those services to American citizens. That's certainly a possibility that if daily fantasy is not legalized and regulated in jurisdictions like yours that may be so inclined, that there could be a underground market. The technology, the offering of DFS is so new, though. I think that's a little premature. And you had the figure in terms of the $140+ billion. The overall kind of market of daily fantasy is quite small relative to that. I mean, it's the estimates I've seen is anywhere between 3 and 4 billion. So it's a very small portion of the overall American sports gaming market. So it's, while important and certainly relevant to the disruption and the disruptor series that you're evaluating as part of the subcommittee, it's still a small portion of the overall American sports gaming market.
However, like Uber and Bitcoin and others, they maybe started out small, but look at where it grows. Any other comments from anyone else about the offshore competition if we don't get this right and figure this out? Anyone want to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to comment. I think I can speak for my entire industry here. Any form of unlawful gambling is bad. And we do find that these forms of entertainment are not going to go away if they're made unlawful. And you will develop a black market if you don't have a legal outlet for daily fantasy. One comment I would like to make when we talk about season-long versus daily, for me, the distinction on whether regulation is appropriate is whether it's house-banked. If it's a season-long fantasy operator who just creates the platform for private leagues, I see no need for regulation. But as soon as you're taking money from citizens and promising to pay back under certain scenarios, you should be regulated, and respectfully, whether it's a small business or a large business.
Mr. Brubaker, you've talked about the difficulty with small operators complying with 50 different state audits. And can you give us a sense of how many of your members have players in all 50 states?
We don't know for sure. That question came up previous to your arrival, and there were 5 states where no play is allowed or has been allowed. And Dr. Rodenberg did mention there's been some changes since that from different attorneys generals that have made some decisions. But I would say most of our companies have players in every legal state.
Okay, thank you. My time's up. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. At this point, I believe all members' requests for time have been honored, and I would recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for an additional 5 minutes, should he so desire.
Thank you. Let me follow up on Mr. Brubaker, follow up on the gentlewoman's comments. You talked about the difficulty small fantasy sports companies may have trying to comply with so many different state laws. So do you support federal involvement? And is there a way to do something at the federal level that doesn't force states who don't want daily fantasy sports or gaming to allow it?
We'll work with just about anybody that wants to help us figure this out. If that's the federal government, we'll do that. If it's going state to state, that's a much harder path for us to go down. Certainly, if you look at, let me take a step backwards. So we looked at UGEA as companies, these small companies did, and they saw that in 2006 as a green light by the federal government to go online with fantasy sports. That was all season long at that time. That was before daily even was contemplated. So we have companies that are relying on you guys and said, go ahead and go start your businesses, and they've gone out and they've started their businesses. And now we have states coming in and changing the game, changing the format. I don't think you'll hear any daily fantasy sports company or season-long fantasy sports company balk at consumer protections, as long as they're done in a way that is financially viable to stay in business.
All right,
they
well,
get too expensive.
Maybe that's something that we can look into. Thank you. Let me go back to Mr. Schenke again. And again, I'm asking you specifics about DraftKings and FanDuel, which you said you can answer. I want to talk about the so-called insider trading scandal that was reported on last fall. Ethan Haskell, a DraftKings employee, was accused of using information he obtained in the course of his work to help his play on FanDuel's platform, and an independent investigation cleared him of any wrongdoing, noting that he didn't receive the information until his lineup was locked. But the report prepared by the law firm that conducted the independent investigation was not publicly released. Do you know why DraftKings did not release that report?
I don't have that information. I know they've been pretty forthcoming with a lot of the details of what
Mike.
happened.
Yeah, the mic.
I apologize. I said
Well-
I don't have the detail. I don't have the details of that.
All right, but I mean, again, we're relying on you to answer these questions of the two, of DraftKings and FanDuel's. Where did the information received by Mr. Haskell come from? Do you know who sent it to him, or was that person playing daily fantasy sports? Did that person gain an advantage from the information?
The information that he had was the number of players, the percentage ownership, which may give you an advantage if you know that one player that has a lot of ownership and one player doesn't. And so it was the internal mechanism to calculate that. And he compiles a report. He compiled the report after the game's locked, when it was no big deal, and there was an inadvertent release of that.
Well, Mr. Shanky, since you say you can answer these questions, maybe you can't today, but with the chairman's permission, I would like to, you to follow up and get back to me and try to answer them on behalf of DraftKings, if you would. All right, then. Now, DraftKings prohibits its own employees and employees of other daily fantasy sports operators from playing on its site, and FanDuel prohibits its employees from playing on its own site or other daily fantasy sports sites. How does DraftKings ensure that employees of other daily fantasy sports operators are not playing? Do competitors share their employee lists with DraftKings, to your knowledge?
It's also a component of the laws that we are advocating for across the country and that have been passed. One of the key components is that daily fantasy sports companies, and actually all paid fantasy sports companies, cannot play on other people's platforms. So there's obviously a big legal incentive to get it right as well.
And how does FanDuel ensure that its employees are not playing on another DFS site? Do competitors share those lists of users with FanDuel's?
As far as what the specific companies are doing, I don't have that.
Well, again, I would ask you to find out, because Professor Eggert points out that employees have access to spreadsheets that show the players who are the biggest losers on the DFS sites. And, I'm just wondering, how does FanDuel ensure that those lists are not being used to invite those losers to head-to-head matches? And the same thing with DraftKings. I mean, you, I guess, can't answer these things right now, but...
No, but we as an industry are advocating for laws at the state level to prevent this from happening, and I think that'll be a big disincentive for any company to allow that to happen.
Well, I'm going to ask you to get back to me on these questions, because, again, the two companies didn't come, and they say that you can answer the questions, so please get back to us, and, I'll send it in writing as well, so you know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thanks, the gentleman. Let me just, a couple of things for follow-up, and I guess Mr. Eggert, even off topic from what we've been discussing, the concept of the amount of data that, or maybe Mr. Gannett, this is correctly to you, the amount of data that's generated seems just to be phenomenal. And is this useful for anyone else involved in the sport? Is, say, a general manager interested in some of these performance statistics? It just seems like this has the potential for changing the way competition is handled by how well you're able to manage these large data flows. Would either of you care to comment on that?
Oh, I think general managers have a increasingly great interest in data acquisition and management, and I think the sport is moving in that direction to be more data-based and less just see how the person swings the bat. It's gotten so far that I think there's an ESPN fantasy sports analyst who is good at this kind of data management so that she can talk about these issues. So data is becoming increasingly important.
Mr. Gannett, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as I know, there are lots of sports organizations out there today who actually employ members of their general manager's staff who are data analysts, who will go and look at players and see how they play in certain environments and decide how they select. I mean, the entire concept of the movie Moneyball and the whole Billy Beane and how he was selecting teams for the Oakland A's, that's all really based on the concept of starting with data analytics.
Well, Ms. Brooks is quite correct. We have been studying we've been doing the Disruptor series, and of course at the base of the Disruptor series is the way data is now handled and managed throughout all of our every strata of our ecosystem right now. Mr. Pallone made the observation that this could perhaps drive interest in a team that otherwise their win-loss record might not generate that much enthusiasm, but because you might have players that were on a roster, you're now interested in the performance of that team. And while he was describing that, I couldn't help but think that had this been around 30 years ago, the New Jersey Generals might still be a franchise of the USFL, but maybe not. I don't know. It's just purely speculation at this point, and we'd all be doing something different.
Purely speculative, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I want to thank our panel. Can I make a comment? Yeah, please. Gentlelady's recognized.
So last night I was one of about 5 million people who have checked out John Oliver's explanation of daily fantasy sports. Regardless of one's position on it, you might get a kick out of it. So I'm not his agent. I get no kickback from John Oliver, but it's a humorous but also informative, from my point of view, explanation of daily fantasy sports.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Seeing no further members wishing to ask questions for this panel, I do want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Before we conclude, I would like to submit the following documents for the record by unanimous consent: a letter from the American Gaming Association, a letter from the Melman Group, a letter from the Stop Predatory Gambling Group, a letter from the National Conference of State Legislators, a letter from the Office of the Attorney General from the state of Texas. Pursuant to committee rules, I remind members they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record, and I ask the witnesses to submit their responses within 10 business days upon receipt of those questions. Without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Excellent job for your first time.
I'm Fred Former. I'm with the Dewey Square Group, public affairs firm. We do some sports stuff. I just want to get your card. Introduce myself, if you don't mind. Public relations, grassroots, social political media, that sort of thing. Here, all over the country, yeah. Yeah. So, your relationship? Oh, okay. Okay. Great. And so it's there's another. I think I found another group that does small. Yeah, also has like small business fantasy. Is there another one similar to yours, or? Okay. And you're separate from that, is that right? Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Nice to meet you. I think I told you last. It's hard to do this many years. Remember Baltimore, SLA? Yeah. What's going on in Tulsa? Do it in California?
Yeah, it's a good illustrative example of kind of how the weird conflict kind of paradox. It's very strange.
Right. No, it's a unique issue. We don't want to be the bad guys and crushing everybody's good time. So we're trying to be understanding, supportive of it. It's a concept. There needs to be some protection.
So tomorrow I'm from LA, big sports law association, and I'll just give a what happened today. Who represents Dickinson, Wright, and then John Kiernan, they're going to do a town hall. Quite a bit different.
Yeah, thank you.
I counted the subcommittee members said the word excuse my
Yeah, no,
that's that pool issues not well understood.
Yeah.
And on page 20 of FanDuel's brief, it's filed to be learned. Rooted on the theory of thoughts. They talk about increased reviews for taking advantage.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not a bunch of things.
Yep. No. Let me. I'll take a look at it.
The Nevada AG said, I don't even use it.
Right. UG is irrelevant. I think. But, no, the sports integrity stuff that you talked about, that's going to be a big issue moving forward. Forget about
I
DFS.
threw in that letter from Mary Scott from the Pac-12. Did you see the letter we filed with the Nevada gaming?
Hey, AJ Perez,
It's in my footnote.
Yeah.
This is bogus. This is calls out sport that was supposedly allergic to all this stuff. I mean, you filed
Okay, I'll take a look at
but
it.
he's saying we filed it.
No.
I can.
Legalized, regulated sports betting helps sports integrity.
That wasn't. That's
They didn't get to it. I didn't want to bring that topic up if they weren't going to.
And I think it's an academic picture. That is accuracy is one thing they agree with, sports leagues agree with, reputable gaming operators agree with, and law enforcement.
Yeah. No, the logic is pure. It was nice to meet you, and I'll probably reach out to you at some point on sports integrity issues. No. Sure, I can find you. Yeah, no. Thank you. Okay.
Hey, Ryan, Kevin Cox again. How's everything going?
Good, good. You're on.
Yeah, we're right by the White House.
Remember the last time we talked?
Oh, yeah.
I got an email like, oh, this is like Kevin Booth.
Yeah.
It was so weird.
That's not big in Vegas. Someone after was on my work with me.
But in real time, I just said, this is.
I was one of these things on stranded in Kenya, $7,500. Yeah. It's a spoof. Yeah, they learn like small business advice. Yeah, right. Yeah, I want to do some. I'm Keith White with the National Council on Prom Gambling. Obviously, senior stuff, and there's a couple of things that I wanted to chat with you about real briefly at some point. One is, here's just our talking points, just so you have them. We're on the consumer protection side. Jordan, good job. And then two, we're having a Summit in Sports and Gambling that I'd love to invite you to participate in. Kevin's doing a panel, maybe be on Kevin's panel. Because we're trying to bring all the stakeholders together and again talk about this intersection and figure out where things are going. So we're going to talk PAPSPA. We're going to, it's again a lot of the usual suspects. But take a look. I've got a more detailed agenda that I'd be happy to share with you on who's doing what on various panels. It'll be in Tarrytown, New York this summer. So July 15th. It's just north of the city, White Plains.
Here in Manhattan.
Yeah. So you can fly to White Plains if you want. The water is also good.
So White Plains. USTA, Tennis Association.
That's right.
My previous life.
Cool. Yeah. Look out. Those guys. We're here in DC. There's chapters in all the states. Do the kind of state level work. And again, we're near that fantasy. We're from
That's the thing. I mean, I was going to use it like Edward actually mentioned his testimony. I mean, I'm agnostic.
The vast majority of people that do it without harm. And even excessive spend is not necessarily indicative of a problem. It's just excessive spend. And so there's a difference for us as to why there's excessive spend. If you're a true fan, formal recognition. You know, that's your thing. It may be spend thousands of dollars watching tennis matches over here, but if you're someone who's, if it's compromising ability, or you know, if anything else, then we have, you know, that's, but it's very real. I mean, it's pretty easy to do. You just have to, in a non-regulated environment, it's interesting to see which companies are moving forward with it and which companies aren't. And so I think it's an interesting question for us. How far does self-regulation go? When, is it really self-regulation if you're not going to do it until you pay to do it? And, you know, there's some fun stuff there. And they don't want their legal position sometimes really challenges their ability to work with us. You know, we're for consumer protection. We want to work with National Council on gambling, but we're for consumer protection. So we're trying to kind of square that circle. It's fun, you know.
Good analogy.
This is not managers, so legislative intern. No, they are. So again, yeah, take a look. I'll shoot you a we'll follow up and see what happens. But yeah, it's good stuff on the panel. I appreciate you answering some of these questions. Clearly, some of these guys have much idea.
Maybe it's back to some question about primary pressure. We're not even
It is tough. You've got to be an expert on 1,000 things that come before you. So I give them a little. Well, we looked at it. That's all we do here at DC. That's right. Yeah. It's the MTAs and the CMTs that we do.
I know.
Parma underage. Talking about
He's not even a good actor.
This is terrible. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Well, that's what we confuse everybody outside the Beltway. It's totally different. That's how we roll. If you don't know the actor. Yeah, but so I gotta go talk to a couple folks. It's really cool. Yeah. We should connect with him. It's important because there's a couple of folks connect you with him. It's really important. It's a big issue as well. You and Dan Wallach, different perspectives. Doesn't show any emotion, but it's a small bar, but it's a bar. He does everything well. I admire him.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Well done. But I just
Good to see you.
He's traveling. Take care, Ron. I'm going to head out. But I always like to see your fine team and be well.
well, it's CVC. Well, that's.
Oh, you call it CVC.
Capital Business Center.
That is.
It opened, what was delayed and it opened in 07, 80. It was supposed to have been open, yeah.
You know what?
It probably opened right after the US.
Okay. You're based here in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, so I run government relations for APA.
Sarah before. I quoted her. So, I mean, I write a lot of boring academic.
No,
Nobody.
she's great.
Yeah, I think June or July.
Yeah, because the clerks are going to cycle out. They're going to get something out before they're gone. So it'll be interesting. Say they did. Much more substantive. Maybe not in this committee.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's process of like say performing years in a row against MIGS. You see all the state attorney cite Virginia.
The thing I think that most people think
I saw it.
so what I think folks just so that's why it gets that play right. But that's a lot of interpretation of relations. Other than on
In the last couple of weeks, there was that weird development where Lindsey Graham tapped on the raw line. That's just, there's no substance. Traction is there.
language didn't do anything other than appropriation. All the way
I was late to the game.
what's that?
I was late to the game. I just heard about it a few days ago. It was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but it was just out of
Nothing.
what it might be. The language doesn't change anything to do with it. It just makes a statement that
Sorry, Tim. Yeah, no, that's okay.
statute still runs. It's just a legal interpretation.
They're just saying that statute.
Virginia Sites wrote the Office of Legal Counsel memo.
Great. Yeah, just somebody you can speak. Yeah, I can just talk.
Sports Law Council.
Just need somebody
I'm
like
flying
that.
out there.
Yeah, I don't have his
Tomorrow
number.
morning.
No, that's fine.
They have a meeting.
Yeah.
Surprised to see them.
Great.
Well,
Yeah,
still being
perfect.
involved.
Well,
Yeah.
caught up in California. Perhaps
I think this
one of the California writer, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to meet you. Nice to meet you. My name's Ryan.
We're all colleagues.
I mean, I probably practice a ton of beer.
Yeah,
I talked to a few people before and they said don't go over 5. I was like, that's what you keep it forward. I wasn't going to be.
That's right. Yes, I am. Yeah. Yeah, Genius Sports. Yeah. Yes. Sport I am. We did. That was very cool. Very good. Good time.
We may reduce your short.
Yeah, transcript. Yeah, right. I don't know. Yeah, I read some music somewhere. Yeah, no, we put together a couple brief summaries and takeaways, but yeah, it was very good. Yeah, I'm happy to keep you updated.
Hey, Rich, it's Whit Askew with AGA. How are you? Oh, there you are.
got a buddy who's a White House correspondent. Like, when he did it, you're absolutely right. It's like, I think I'm gonna miss out this job. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we all hang around and go grab some real advice. See you later. Hey, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4.